H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
Love's not meant to be, if the heart's not your man. Feels so good, so you come right back. You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
Up in the club, better watch your man. Feels so good, so you come right back. You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
Up in the club, better watch your man. Feels so good, so you come right back. You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
正在直播间的各位观众，这里是利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球打狮赛南宁站超级分站赛的比赛现场，比赛即将开始。赛事详细信息推荐查阅微信订阅号“台球圈有料”以及微信小程序“中式八球国际打狮赛”。
Up in the club, better watch your man.
Feels so good, so you come right back.
Better watch your man.
Feels so good, so you come right back. You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? Up in the club, better watch your man. Feels so good, so you come right back. You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
You know I'm a freak, can you handle that? You know I'm a freak, can you handle that?
I got 5 lines in my system. I had 9 lives, but I lived them. Maybe time flies in the distance. Maybe I'll call you back. 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 I got 5 lines in my system. I had 9 lives, but I lived them. Maybe time flies in the distance. Maybe I'll call you back. 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 Maybe I'll call you back.
Maybe I'll call you back. Maybe I'll call you back. Maybe I'll call you back. Maybe I'll call you back.
I'm on cloud 9 in the distance. I was on time, but I missed it. I ain't online, I just lived it. Maybe I'll call you.
5、4、3、2、1，中巴转动，世界球童。这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛胜负决赛比赛现场，首先欢迎最强黑马刘正杰。现在有请神奇小子王宇。有请两位一部比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌。有请裁判团队。现在为各位介绍本场比赛裁判团队：主裁判徐谨言，助理裁判玉林、杜立新。胜负决赛，精彩开赛。
Good day, everyone, and welcome back. I was actually just with you guys a few minutes ago for round 7 of the losers bracket, but now the final before the finals. This is the winners bracket final in stage 3. These two players, the only two to not lose a match throughout stage 3, double elimination. This match is going to be a race to 19 between Liu Chengqie and Wang Yun. Yeah, this is going to be a great match, and if this is your first time on the stream, welcome to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour you are watching. Division 1 Tour ended on the 24th, won by Kong De Jing, beating Chen in the final of that, Chen Siming. Super Tour started on the 25th, international qualifiers, then the separate Chinese bracket also. Then we get to stage 3, the top 16 internationals, top 16 Chinese players, open draw. And now just 4 players remain in this tournament. 2 at the table now, and the other 2 players, Chen Jue and Wu Junyu. They will be playing in round 8 of the losers bracket tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Winner of that plays loser of this match in the losers bracket final tomorrow at 6. And of course, winner of that will play winner of this in the grand final on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack from South Africa for all the Joy and WPA Joy events. And I'm sure we are in for another cracking match between these two players. We did have Wang Yun on the TV table 2 nights ago. He was up against Gareth Potts, won that 15-13. I feel Gareth really had a chance to win that one at the end, but just a misplaced positional shot on a black ball cost him. And that was also a winner's bracket match, so that match relegated Gareth to the loser's bracket, where he did go up against Zheng Tai. And Tai was able to win that one, but now Wang Yun at the table. Solids in play. Gets the 1 out nicely, but how is the position? Does he have the 2? As you can see, he doesn't have the 2. That means he has to play this 4 ball. So that's not worked out that well for him right at the beginning of this match. Now Wang Yun, champion at the Baotao Division 1, third in Tianjin Division 1. Now the Division 1 tour is an open draw. 650 Chinese players against just over 50 international players. So you're looking at 704 players usually. That is a very, very tough field in the Division 1 tour. So that's a great achievement for him to win that and then to also get a 3rd place finish. I didn't have the best luck with the breaks the other day against Gareth when we had him on the TV table. Not as many break and runs as you'd expect. And usually at this level, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to the break because these players both very capable of finishing from anywhere, making great position, taking out tough clearances. Needed a little more of the cue ball from that. So this is going to be a test on this too. How in tune is he in this first frame? It's there. Nice kiss on the 9, gets him on the 1. Brilliant pot on the 2 in this opening frame. Both these players have been in the venue practicing for the last hour. Did see them in the venue while the other match was on. Kiss on the 9's worked out absolutely perfect there. Stuns the 1 in to be on the black ball to the right side. Now this so far off his opponent's break. And we have our first 1-visit clearance of this match. Wang Yun goes 1-0 up. As you saw the graphic on screen, rack and run in the first frame for Wang Yun. He's 1-0 up against Liu Qingqie. And let's see how he's breaking. Nine goes into the center pocket. It's a good break, controlled cue ball. A little less power than we usually see, but that seems to be the break that works. If we have a look at his road to this winner's bracket final, had to go up against Julian Serradilla in his first match, won that 13-8. Second match was against Zheng Zhaohai, 13-9. Next match was against Gareth Potts on the TV table, 15-13 to Wang Yun. Following that, Chen Jie, 17-14. That's been his road so far to this winners bracket final. Some really tough matches there. I'd say one of the toughest would be Gareth Potts. And then, of course, Zheng Zhaohai as well. Those are two, at least I'd say, top 10 in the world players. Yeah, but here he goes again after potting nicely on that break. Also showed us in the first frame that even if he's slightly off position, makes the recovery shot look easy. Gets back into position so quickly to make the clearance. He's taken a walk around the table here though, just to have a look at exactly where he needs to be. So deciding not to take the 7 on here. And even that was not great. Didn't come out enough for the 5 ball. Missed the 3 into the top corner. And besides the first break in the first frame, this is our first look at Liu Chengqie. Having missed that 3, quite an open table on stripes for Liu. Having a look at his run to the winners bracket final, had to go through Michael Hill, 13-11 in that match. Then Shen Shenyi, 13-11 also. Went up against Yongjun Park. So he's the player that put Park into the losers bracket. 15-10 over Park. And then 17-16 over Wu Zhenyu. Nicely played on the 10. That was his toughest ball on the table, I'd say. And these two, both very quick players when they're at the table. So this is going to be quite a quick winners bracket final, even if it does go the distance. This is a race to 19 now. And when I say go the distance, if we play the full 37 frames and we see a deciding frame here, don't put it past these two players. Two cushions and out, he should be happy with that. Black ball to the bottom, left corner pocket. And Liu Chengqie replies with a rack and run. So far, 2 frames played in this winners bracket final. It's 1-1, 1 rack and run each, and it will be Liu Chengqie to break after winning the previous frame. This is a winners break format tournament. Makes the 15 into the center. 11 bottom left also. Is also breaking very well. See the cue ball slightly off center on the balk line. That looks like that's the place to hit the pack from, because it's working for both these players at the table. And that stripes in play for Liu Chengqie. Does he have to work with all of his balls on this end of the table? There was 2 stripes potted on that break, which means after potting 1, he's only got 4 left on the table. I'm actually going to try and find out how old Liu Chengqie is, because plays like a very young player, how quick he is at the table. That quick, excited style when he's at the table reminds me of the young players, so possibly I would say early 20s. Was a little bit of a test, that 9. Problem was the bridging over the 1 and being absolutely straight on it. To make any kind of position from there was going to be tough. So that miss on the 9 and the miss on the 3 in the previous frame, those are the 2 misses thus far in this match. Not expecting those kind of misses from these players, but it is just the first and second frame, third frame now. Gets the 1 ball off the cushion, places the cue ball in a decent position. As you can see, it is safe. Well, safe from the 10 and the 9, the 14. Should have line of sight in the 14. Now, can he play cue ball towards the 9 from here, even if he has the angle 14 towards the 9? It's not the safest shot on the table. He's left the cue ball quite far from the cushion, unfortunately. A confirmation on the age of Liu Chengqie. He is 26 years of age. So I did call it. I said early 20s. We can count 26 as early 20s. Call it late 20s after 27. There was enough space to get that. That is a cracking pot. Gets the 2 off the cushion. Absolute beauty of a pot from Wang Yun. Both players have had multiple visits to this table, so won't be counted as a rack and run. I think after the first few frames, we are going to see those missed pots non-existent. And then it's going to come down to the breaks. I expect to see consecutive break and runs here. With the form that these players are in throughout this tournament, it looks like the breaks are working also for these players. Would not be surprised at all if we see 5 or 6 consecutive break and runs in this winners bracket final. It is nice to see always viewers from all across the globe tuning in. Thank you guys so much for being on the stream. Hope you're having a lovely festive period and a good new year. We do always look at the comments on YouTube and Facebook, so if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer it, the best of my capabilities. Also, the links to the bracket and the live scores are available if you want to have a look at how these players got this far or who was in the last 32 and how they lost. Those links are in the description on Facebook, pinned comment on the YouTube stream. In that link also a link to buy these tables or how to buy the tables if you want one. These are the Joy Q8 steel block tables. Official table of the Grandmasters final, clothed with Liebowin 8848. Best conditions to play this game on at the moment. And this frame is going to be going the way of Wang Yun. He's done well, that pot to the center pocket, opening the 2. That was how he got this frame on the board. He's 2-1 up against Liu Chengqie.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
After 3 frames played, it is 2-1 in favor of Wang Yun over Liu Chengqie. This is the winner's bracket final of this tournament. A race to 19 winners break. And he's been breaking well. Center pocket, yes. And look at the control on the cue ball. I know he's potted the 12 on the right side. 7 was heading to that center pocket, kiss off the 11. That is an unbelievable break to have. Breaking that well is like having a superpower in this game. And you can see he's not hitting them that hard, he's just hitting them so controlled. And that stripe's in play in this 4th rack. We will have a player break every 8 frames, 5 to 10 minute player break. So usually 8, 16, 24, 32, depending on how far this match goes. It is a race to 19 now. Tomorrow's matches as well. Round 8 of the losers bracket and losers bracket final, race to 19s. That is at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. respectively tomorrow. It's local time here in China. So far, 3 frames played. We haven't seen a break and run yet. I would say unforced errors, it's just been 1 miss each. Miss on the 1 ball from Liu Chengqie in the previous frame, miss on the 3 from Wang Yun 2 frames ago. Both those mistakes were punished. Opponent did win the frame in those cases. There you can see black ball not available to this bottom left corner pocket, which means it's going to have to go into the opposite right bottom corner. Well, now then, this black ball might have to go into the center pocket. Unless he's almost straightened this. Is he going to deep screw this? Yes, he is. Look at this, off two cushions, the balk and the side cushion. How many people would decide to play that shot from there? Not come perfectly on this though. But gets it. Cue ball looks like it stays on the table. It does. That is our first break and run. It was a really nice finish from Wang Yun there to get our first break and run on the board. He's 3-1 up already. That's 4 frames played in under 30 minutes. He's got 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. Liu Chengqie with just the 1 rack and run. Makes a ball again in the side pocket. This time, balls on the table a little bit more clustered. Yeah, the shot in the previous frame to get on the black ball, though, he wasn't perfect on the stripe. Well, to get nicely on the black ball easily. Wanted an angle to just stun across. Screwed that back full table length of 2 cushions to come into the angle. It's referee calling 10 seconds. He hasn't used his extension, which means she was about to start counting down. He's gone into the 9. Don't see a 1 visit clearance on stripes. That's why he's played a containing safety, but also looks like he got a good cue ball. I don't think you are going to see many tactical battles here. These two players are very attacking. So as soon as the opportunity presents itself, they're going all out for clearances. Did well not to scratch the cue ball in bottom right corner pocket. That grouping of stripes and solids near the black ball is always going to be the problem for both these players. Though I would say easier to get on them or easier to nudge them into position using the solids, having the 1 and the 3 right there. It's 10 seconds called again. Dangerous. Very dangerous. He's almost potted the black ball into the center. What has he left for Liu Chengqie? Look, it's a tough one to the center pocket from where the cue ball is. Similar to the starter that Wang Yun had 2 frames ago. Similar type of angle. Deciding against taking the 1 on and attacking a frame. Now what he could do here is he could get the cue ball into the balk area. Yeah, that's pretty much where I think he'd like the cue ball to go. Around where the 12 is, top left of the table. Needed that to widen up slightly, but if it's against the ball cushion, that's okay. At the end, had the line to go behind the 12, just a little bit more pace. And Liu Chengqie would have been in trouble in this frame. Pot's the 2, that's a good pot. Yeah, cue ball on a string for Liu Chengqie at the table. He's taking these really well. Again, look at that shot. Look at the angle he got out of that. Around 2 cushions for the 7. Look, he's going to take his medicine and settle for a little bit of a tougher black ball, but expect him to get this. It's there, no problem at all. Liu Chengqie gets his 2nd point on the board. The score is 3-2 to Wang Yun.
We're full
6局，刘正杰开球。
Break letting him down there after winning that previous frame for Liu Qingqie. Got the second point on the board. It's breaking at the table, winner break format, but not able to pot a ball. That's going to mean that Wang Yun is back to the table, leading 3-2 at the moment in this race to 19.
10秒。5、4。
Now, not only has Wang Yun won a station event, the Division 1 at Baotao, and had third place in Tianjin, he's also been runner-up in one of the Grandmasters finals, lost to Yu Haitao in the 7th Grandmasters finals. That was in 2019. Yeah, so he's made the final in that tournament, and that is a huge tournament to make the final in. It's no surprise at the way he's playing in this tournament and how well he's playing here. Not able to get that ball. That's not an easy ball on this table. We saw it in the previous match. That shot catching the players out quite a bit, especially when you are playing position coming across the ball. Now straight away, at this level, you miss a ball. It's a clear opportunity for your opponent. And if they can make the most of it, they can get the point on the board. Look at the shot he's played there. He's played pinpoint position to be behind the 13. There's no room for error with that shot. You come around the 13, it's not available past the 7. That's not area position, it's pinpoint position that he's played. Quite free with the cue ball is Liu Qingqie. Has a lot of confidence in his ability. He's played on the 9, he's landed on it. Now, I think he was playing for the gap to be on the 11 there. gap between cushion and 10. That's not a big gap to play into. So just a little bit too much pace in that cue ball. Half a roll too far. Yeah, but he wants to play the 11 ball, so that's jump cue now in hand.
10秒。
So he's jumping this. Now here you have to be careful of the pace you're coming in at. So rather more elevation than pace. You want the cue ball to stay on the table. What a pot that is. The control. Brilliant control on the cue ball. Made that look way easier than it is. At that distance, you put a little bit too much power in. The cue ball is bouncing off the object ball and off the table. This is a clutch shot now. 12 to the left center.
5、4。
Gets it. Yeah, I feel these two players are very evenly matched, and you can see the styles are very similar in the way they play the game. They play the game the way it's meant to be played. They can pot from anywhere, make excellent position. Both players been breaking well in this match. So far, an excellent match, an excellent display between these two players. As Liu Chengqie equalizes, the score is 3-all between these two players now after 6 frames played. Now 7th frame to get underway. Liu Chengqie to break. Score is tied at 3 apiece. We've got 3 one-visit clearances so far in this match. 1 break and run, 1 rack and run for Wang Yun, 1 rack and run for Liu Chengqie. They've both been breaking well. See ball straight into the center pocket. Almost gets the 13. It's just on the jaw. Was the 14 straight into the right center. Cue ball's not ideal. Which means if it stripes he once, he's going to have to take the 10 to the top right. Gets it. He's going to knock the 3. Yeah, there's absolutely no fear at all for any shot on the table. Should still have the 13, should be okay on it. It's not close enough to the 3 to be a problem. Now we did have a camera angle that showed us the 9 below the 6 and 2, bottom end of the table. It does pass to the bottom left, but you have to be short side, which means cue ball bottom right hand side of the table. With that angle, even no shortage of cue power to get the cue ball where he wants it. And he's wanted that past the 11. Now this is where it gets interesting. That is an unforced error. Can he recover from it? There's not enough angle on that. Well, you can't get enough angle, I think, to take it to the center. He's going to have to try and bank it to the center pocket where his hand is. Oh, he's actually made it. Look at that. Does he have the position on the 13? No, he doesn't. From bad to worse for Liu Qingqie. Look, I'll give him that. That was an excellent pot. Needs another one. It's coming in directly. It's going to be close to getting the 3. And unfortunately, that is a foul. He's tried to miss the 3. That's why he's come wide. Yeah, that was a pot on the 11 again. It's excellent recovery. Unlucky to be behind the 5. Shouldn't have needed to make that shot, however. A little bit careless on the position for the 11. But of course, for us, that increases the entertainment value when players have to make shots like that.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, look at the shot he's played there. Absolute beauty of a shot. And then that happens. Similar to the 3 he's missed earlier. What is happening out there at the moment? Never would have I expected him to miss that. Been fortunate though, look at where he's left the cue ball.
10秒，延时。犯规。自由球。
He's got another chance, although I don't think he really deserved it in this frame, did he, after missing that ball to the bottom corner. And even now, he's not made things easy for himself, has Wang Yun. Pots that, cue ball, stays on the table. As you can see, the 3 does go in the center pocket, just gets past the 13. Yeah, still don't understand how he missed that ball earlier in this frame. Some of the most fantastic pots we've seen, and then misses the most easiest ball on the table. But those few mistakes, I think we won't see them after we reach a certain point in this match. Missed the 13. It's okay. Double checks the angle on the black ball, wants to make sure of it. And that's 4th point on the board for Wang Yun. He's leading 4 frames to 3 over Liu Qingqie. Yeah, you've noticed how he smashed that black ball in as well. Didn't need to hit it that hard. That was because of the miss earlier. That's to hear the back of that pocket. And this time doesn't make the 7 in the center. And it is a dry break. Now 7 frames played. The score is 4-3 in favor of Wang Yun over Liu Qingqie. This is the final of the winners bracket. Winner of this goes through to the grand finals on the 4th of January. Loser of this has to play tomorrow in the losers bracket final. This is a race to 19 winners break format. At the moment, just one break and run out of 7 frames played. Got 2 rack and runs, 1 each.
5、4、3、2。
He has to make sure now. Doesn't want to put himself into trouble like he did in the previous frame. Not landing perfect, having to make a few recovery shots. He's got the cue ball nicely back up table for the 12. He couldn't have played that any better. On the right side of the 12 also. That's what I meant by these players play this game the way it's meant to be played. So confident on every single shot. There's not a doubt in their mind when they're on the shot. Also always playing the right shot, which means that even if they do miss it, they know they went for the correct shot. They played the right shot. When you do miss a ball like that, it just comes down to, you can call it just more practice. But at least you are choosing the right shot, not the negative shot. And this is off the dry break from Wang Yun. It's their 4th point for Liu Qingqie with the rack and run off the dry break from Wang Yun, and that is 8 frames played. We have a 5 to 10 minute player break.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计， 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条，通过高分子纳米配方，
我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每。
And we are back after that 8-frame player break. There's nothing really between these two players. It's 4-all at the moment in this winners bracket final race to 19 between Liu Qingqie and Wang Yun. Makes a ball on the break. See a ball into the right center pocket. Yeah, there goes the 15 traveling towards that right center pocket. It's there. Doesn't look like he's made another one. The cue ball's decent. It's too tough to call between these two players. As far as missed pots go, say 2 misses Wang Yun, 1 miss Liu Qingqie. Positional error from Liu Qingqie 2 frames ago. But that's about it. You'd say 2 unforced errors each. Both players make very quick finishes when they are at the table. Both players are breaking very well. That solid's in play for Liu Qingqie, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's these two players in the grand final. I wouldn't. Because if they bring this form to the losers bracket final, whichever player loses here, it's almost unstoppable. There's a reason they made it through stage 3 so far unbeaten. At the moment, a cut above the rest, these two players. And it's not just that they are playing like this on the TV table. If you look at the matches that they've played before, the players that they've had to go through. We had Wang Yun on the TV table against Gareth Potts. Now, it's never easy to play a player like Gareth Potts. One of the few international players that really can take the game to the Chinese players and defeat the Chinese players. He remains the only international player to ever win the Grandmasters finals, Gareth Potts, and he's won it 3 times. So I would say when the Chinese players do play him, they are very much aware of who they are playing. They know they're playing a name brand. They know they're playing somebody that can really take the game to them. And once again, positional error from Liu Qingqie. That's the only problem I'm seeing at the moment. It's the second time we've seen him run out of position. And this was off his break, so it was a chance to get a break and run on the board. He doesn't have one yet. Would have meant that he'll be breaking in the next frame, which is so important here. I'd say it's just a bit of carelessness. It's the only reason he ran out of position there. Played an interesting shot there to move the 3 to make the 9 more accessible. But he felt he was always going to land on the 13. Now he has missed a ball like the 14 before, 3 frames ago. And I think that's why he's come straight on. This previous one, he wasn't that straight on. Much more of an angle, which made it more difficult. Opening the 3 earlier means the 9 is now available to the center pocket from there. Interesting angle he has on the 10 to the center pocket. Cue ball naturally wants to run behind the black ball here. He's played it soft enough. And he's come into the angle nicely. Under hit that a touch, but he's okay. That's why he's getting the cue ball clean. And you'll see these players do that quite often. It does come off their time, their shot clock. But just to avoid any kicks, taking off any chalk that might be on the cue ball. Off the outside jaw, risky, and that is a rack and run for Wang Yun. Frame to get underway. Wang Yun leading 5-4 over Liu Qingqie. That was a rack and run in the previous frame. Makes a ball here. He's now got 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. Rack and run is counted as your first visit at the table, clearance of your first visit at the table off your opponent's break. So in the previous frame, it was Liu Qingqie breaking, made a ball, didn't make the finish, and Wang Yun made the 1 visit clearance. And this is a chance for him to go 2 up here. Nine to the center gets it. He's going to have to take the 15 to the center also. I feel like if you're not used to getting the cue ball cleaned all the time, it can distract you. As you see these players most times before an important shot or before the black ball, they get the cue ball cleaned. I have considered trying to do that as well, but I don't know. I feel like if you're not used to that, it's going to upset your rhythm. Talk about upset rhythm. That was the cue ball too close to the cushion. That's why that's happened. He's made that pot tougher than it should have been. Catches the inside jaw, and at that pace it's never going in from there. So we've got missed pots from Wang Yun, and we've got a few positional errors from Liu Qingqie. I'm more surprised about the missed pots, however, because at this stage you don't usually see those balls being missed. The positional play I can understand. It's the TV table. Usually plays slightly different depending on the conditions. There's more lights as well on the TV table. So a lot can affect the way the condition plays here on the TV table, but so that's why I can understand if you are out of position a few times at the beginning of the match, getting used to the way the table plays, the way the cushions are bouncing. But missed pots, I can't understand. Not the pots that he's missed in this match thus far. Because I feel like once this man at the table gets the positional play dialed in, he doesn't seem like he's missing anything. And I would say definitely better on the positional play in this frame thus far. Little bit of unintentional side on the cue ball. You saw the cue ball spinning. He was dead straight on that. There was no need for any side on the cue ball, but makes the pot, makes the black ball, returns the favor with a rack and run of his own. It's 5-all here. Liu Qingqie against Wang Yun. Score is 5-all in this winner's bracket final between Liu Qingqie and Wang Yun. Previous frame, rack and run from Liu Qingqie after Wang Yun missed the ball. It was not an easy shot. He made it a little bit difficult for himself. And this time, ball not potted on the break from Liu. The 3 heading towards the center, catches the outside jaw. Now, so far, he's yet to get a break and run. He's got 3 rack and runs, though. Wang Yun with 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. These two players have not lost a match yet in stage 3, the final stage of this tournament. From 32 players, we are down to just 4 players. Tomorrow, losers bracket round 8 will be Chen Jie against Wu Jinyu. Winner of that match plays loser of this match in the losers bracket final tomorrow evening. So that's the matches for tomorrow, 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. local time here in China. And of course, winner of the losers bracket match will come back and play the winner of this match in the grand final on the 4th of January. That's a good pot. Those are never easy going down the cushion like that. Watch the cue ball very close to following. Look at where the cue ball is. He's taking chances. Is Wang Yun. If he wants to take the 3 ball to the bottom, it's going to take some potting. Don't think it's available to the center. We'll have to see. The way he plays after the 7 will tell us whether the 3 does go to the right center pocket, if you can get past the 15 for the potting angle. Look at how well he's cued that. Didn't have that much angle to stun that far up for the 5. When you are trying to squeeze that much angle out of that, it's so easy to try and cheat the pocket more than you can. This tells us that the 3 ball definitely does go to the center pocket. He should be able to leave himself on the black ball to the bottom left. So far, this is off the dry break from Liu. Just pulled it enough. If it would have stopped where the 3 was, he would have been obstructed to get to this black ball, but he's got potting angle and sight, and it's there. Rack and run for Wang Yun. Gets his 6 point on the board. What a standard these players are playing at. What a show they are putting on for us at the moment. The score is 6-5 in favor of Wang Yun, breaking now in the 12th rack. This is a race to 19 winners bracket final here at the Super Tour. Nanning Station, part of the Joy Heyball Masters. And again, dry break, so both players struggling with the break now. Might see him take a little bit of pace off that break. It was working earlier. Just slightly softer. Not an easy pot with that from where the cue ball was. Tight on the bottom cushion on our screen. There's a few awkward balls on the table for Liu Qingqie. It's the 9, the 10, even the black ball. Getting on the black ball won't be that easy. Cross bank now would take care of the 10. Looks like it's wide. It is. Managed to shift the 3 also, opening up the black ball. That's worked out well, the second part of the shot. But unfortunately for him, did not get the pot. You can see why he's gone for that, though. You can see the 2 not potable where it lies for Wang Yun. 6 a problem, 3 also. This looks like it's in. That is in. 3 is not a problem. I stand corrected. Yeah, what a pot that is, and you can see how true that ball is running. Catches the outside jaw, but he's played it at the right pace. Nicely done, gets the 2 out into open play. That was the right ball to do it from. This is tough. From that distance, that angle, we are right behind the center pocket. We'll know. It's there, passes the inside jaw. And remember, this finish started with that fantastic pot on the 3 to the top right corner. After that opens the 2, then plays the 2 to the center. He's taking these so well at the moment is Wang Yun. I don't think we have had any of these players leading by 2 frames or more yet in this match. Yeah, another excellent pot, and he's left himself nicely on the 4. What a finish this will be if he makes it. This looks like he's deep screwing this ball. Full table length. Have a look at this. He wants to come inside of the 5. It's good enough. He can pot it from there. We should see a replay of that. Have a look at this. Look at the action on the cue ball. Just needed a touch of reverse side to come between 5 and 14, but to play that at that distance. Now this cue ball is heading right for the black ball. That's why it looks like he's checking it slightly to bring it inside. And that's why the pot's been made so much more difficult. It was the only way he was going to get on the black ball. You can see how much of inside English is used on that, and that's why he's overcut the 5. Would have been a fantastic clearance from Wang Yun. Didn't expect that. Where is the 10 going to go? More importantly, where's the 5 going to go? Yeah, 5 can't go into that pocket. Even going with the 5 cushion first behind the 10 possibly, but that's all he could really do and leave distance between cue ball and object balls on the table. Having the 5 there means a little bit of pressure on Liu Chengqie. Was very fortunate with that miss, Liu. Put the 10 in front of the 5. What are the chances of that happening? Misses the 10 but pots a ball like that. Yeah, nice little shot there he's played. It's making the cue ball talk is Liu Chengqie. I don't think he's going to be that close to this black ball. Yeah, around center pocket area is okay. Shouldn't be a problem. Played that well coming off 2 cushions. Equalizers. Liu Chengqie gets his 6 point. We all square after 12 frames. It's 6 all.
台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
Now still all square after 12 frames. It is 6 all between Liu Chengqie and Wang Yun. This is the winners bracket final. It is a race to 19 here on the TV table at the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour. Grand final will be on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time. But still a lot of more action to come before that. As we have this match. We have round 8 of the losers bracket tomorrow. Losers bracket final to see who plays the winner of this match in the grand final. So as we've said, these players have a few different breaks. He was using the softer break earlier. This time, the powerful, a lot more powerful break makes 2 balls off that break, the 4 and the 3. Can't really separate these 2 players at the moment, both making a few slight errors. There were a few dry breaks also. Scores were tied at this 8-frame player break, 4 all. I don't really see one of these players actually taking the lead and keeping the lead. I think it's going to be like this all the way. Unless one of them finds consecutive break and runs. That's the only way it's going to happen here. And for it to actually make a huge impact on the match, I'd say at least 4 or 5 consecutive break and runs. That might change the dynamic of this match. It's okay, he's left himself a good angle on the 5 to straight line the cue ball coming down to the 1 ball here. Needs to land good on this 1 because look at where the black ball is. He's going to have to play the 1 at pace. He'll take that. So he's looking at where he wants the cue ball to play this black ball. Obviously, the further up it is, the easier to play the black ball, but makes this pot tougher the more you have to do with the cue ball. Look at how well he's cued that. Exceptional cueing on that 1 ball. As we spoke about this before, getting the cue ball clean before the black ball, especially in a case like this. He's just got the top part of the cue ball to play on. And it's there, his first break and run. Liu Chengqie takes the lead again, he's 7-6 up. That is the first break and run for Liu Chengqie. He takes the lead once again. He's 7-6 up after 13 frames played. This is the 14th frame now in this race to 19. Hasn't made the ball, however, so dry break will mean that Wang Yun comes to the table. And that's the reason the scoreline is so close still. Need the player able to take advantage of being at the table and breaking again and get those consecutive break and runs. Now, when he was making that finish earlier, 2 frames ago, he had the opportunity of going 2 frames up. Now he has to make the finish to not be 2 frames down, and he doesn't get the 3 into the center. He's tried to play that off the 9. Not an easy one to get, especially at the pace he's played that. So after breaking dry, it is Liu Chengqie back to the table. I'm not surprised with how quick this match is going. You could see from the get-go, these are 2 very quick players. After they figure out their route and pattern, they know exactly what they're doing. Rare to hear the referee call 10 seconds while they are on a finish. Just usually once, where they might use the extension and use their at least 35 seconds of the allocated time they have. Solids in play. How's the cue ball? It's all about the cue ball. It's okay. He should have the 7. It looks like he has the 5. Not an easy clearance though, the 6 being where it is. 2 above the black ball. Slightly awkward here. This as well, not easy to get the 7 in, bridging like that, passing the 9. If he doesn't disturb 10 and 6, he's going to have to take it. Or take the 6 to the top left corner. Sorts out one of his problems. That's the 2 ball free from the black ball. And he's played that to stay on the 1, which I don't think he has. Now where is this 2 ball going? Is he trying to bank this? Doesn't really have much option with this 2, does he? It was the bank. Not there means Wang Yun is going to come back to the table after missing the 3 on his first visit here. So as you see, sometimes still things not working out perfectly, not getting a favorable roll, both players here. So I think not only is it going to come down to the break, it's going to come down to which player starts getting those rolls and getting exactly where they need to be when they need to be there. He's put the 14 in the pocket. I think he must have left the 1 on. Now if the 1 goes, I think the 2 can pass off the 14 if it goes cushion first. Deciding against, which means doesn't have the potting angle on the 1. Tough to make that. He had to shorten the angle a lot. Natural path of the 2 ball was so wide. Now 10 ball is tied up for Wang Yun. Also the 12 behind the 1. Okay, 12 is sorted. He's pushed the 1 enough that the 12 is available into that corner pocket. Now which ball does he use to disrupt the 10, 2, 6? Playing the 13-14 combination. This was going to be a tough rack for both players. Still is. Because even if Liu Chengqie does come back to the table, he's going to have the problem of the 2-6 if it's not sorted by Wang Yun. But if he does get it, he's most probably going to make the clearance here. Here comes the cue ball into the 10, gets it. Now, was that a good enough roll for him? He's played that very well into the 10. And I don't think it's available. Very tough to tell from the aerial view, but he seems to think it can go. Yeah, from this angle we can see that it goes clearly. What I like about both these players is there seems like there's no finish too difficult for them to make. Almost every time these players are at the table, it's exciting. Really putting on a show, these two players in this winners bracket final. Don't really expect any issues from here. He should be coming into the angle of the 12. Missed the 2. He's played that nicely. Also played that with check. Played that with a bit of inside to check the cue ball up for the black ball into that bottom left corner. And we are all square once again as Wang Yun equalizes. We are 7-all in this race to 19. And after 14 frames played, still nothing to separate these players. It's 7-all in this race to 19. They've both got 1 break and run, both got 3 rack and runs. This is the winners bracket final between Liu Chengqie and Wang Yun. Both these players have not lost a match yet in stage 3. And it has been noticed by some of our viewers how quick these players are playing. It's just, as I said before, just maybe 1 or 2 shots where they're figuring out the route. But when they are flowing at the table, I'd have to say average of about 15 seconds or less. Very quick play from these players. You're hardly hearing the referee have to call 10 seconds remaining. And yes, the tactical battles can be interesting, but when you see players flowing like this and playing the game like this, I think from a viewer standpoint, it really is nice to see players playing their best, giving off their best, especially on the main TV table, especially in the winners bracket final. To be that good at what you do, and for us to witness that, it really is a privilege. Watch the one ball, that was always the worry there. It was very tough to come out past the 9 and 10. He didn't have much room for error there. Now, can he find a recovery shot? It's either you take the 3 or you take the 1. It's going to be the 3. He struck that so pure, deserves to be on something. Look at this. Look at how well he's hit that 3 ball. For those of you at home who've played this game, you'd know exactly how tough that shot is. That one too. That one was very tough, having to bridge like that. Bridging high over the 5, also quite a stretch, cue ball center of the table. I feel the previous shot was tougher though. But as you've seen, when you catch the inside jaw, there's absolutely no room for error there. But once again, we are all square, and it is an opportunity for Wang Yun to take the lead again. The lead has changed so many times in this match. And the only time that one of these players was actually leading by more than 1 point was when Wang Yun was 3-2 up, or 3-1 up. After that, Liu Chengqie made it 3-all, and it has been like this all the way. 4-all, 5-4, 5-5, right up to 7-7. Very positive cueing from Wang Yun, very intentional in what he does. Also has the slightly exaggerated backswing with a little pause at the end before firing the cue through. Again, played that with inside, a little bit of check. He likes that shot. 3rd or 4th time he's used that shot already. It's not a shot you see played that often by the top players in this game, however. Usually using more natural angles to come around, or rather stunning around than checking the cue ball. It's not there. Wasn't perfect on the 13. Both these players, they look so calm and relaxed, as if they are playing like this is a practice session that they are playing. They're both playing so freely, you can't see any nerves at all in these players. Yeah, what do you do in this situation? If you pot the 13 with the 1, you have to make sure the cue ball is safe. Not going to be able to double drop that surely. So this is about cue ball getting safe. He has to cover the 11 to the center, which I don't think he's done, hasn't got it. Yeah, center pocket was available. He should be on the 10. Is on the 10. Wasn't that much that Liu Chengxia could do there. It was only hope was to get the cue ball as safe as he could. Covered the 10 but didn't cover the 11 to the center. Slow down. Slow down, cue ball. So no extension on the cue, no rest. Yet that cue ball is far down this table. It's there. Gets the 8 point on the board. Wang Yun takes the lead once again. He's 8-7 up against Liu Chengxia. Quite a character is Wang Yun. He knows that he's looking at the camera. That was to us, the viewers. He is currently 8-7 up against Liu Chengxia in this race to 19 winners bracket final, and he's potted the cue ball. Unfortunate, because he has potted a few other object balls as well. And this, the 16th frame. We will have a player break after this. Will be a 5 to 10 minute player break. Now, first player break, the score was 4-all after 8 frames. It's very likely that it is going to be 8-all here. Got ball in hand behind the balk line for Liu Chengxia, and at the moment, both players 1 break and run and 3 rack and runs each. So we haven't had that many one-visit clearances. It's only 6 out of 15 frames, but We've had some exciting frames from both these players. They are definitely making this winners bracket final exciting. Personally, I love watching these two players play. Their styles, the way they attack every frame. Cue ball movement, especially from Liu Chengqie. Very creative with his cue ball. Now that creativity might be why he's not always in prime position and why he's not always perfect. But we are yet to see if that changes during this match. Still early stages, race to 19. Missed one similar to this in the previous frame, bridging over another ball. Doesn't miss it this time. Wouldn't be surprised if he screws his cue ball on and off the cushion. Or plays the bank. That surprises me. That surprises me. That 14 was available to the center pocket. It was definitely available. A little bit careless, Liu Chengqie. What do you guys think on the stream? Should have gone for the bank or should have made the position on the 14 normally? So as you could see, it was available to the center pocket and that was to equalize the match. Now, having let Wang Yun to the table, he's at a disadvantage, which means that for the first time since 3-1, we might see Wang Yun 9-7 up with a 2-frame gap. Calling all pockets. Quite an important frame, this one, especially since Liu Chengqie did not make that clearance and missed the 14, the bank on the 14. He's playing to move the 1 off the 2. That was always going to be tough, that pace. I think he's covered it though. Yes, he has. I know what he's going to do here. He's going to get the jump cue and he's going to play 14 off the 6. That's exactly what he's planning. He's planning to go 14 cushion first off the 6 and in. No, too fine. The cue ball is almost gone off the table there. And he's left the 6 available for Wang Yun. When last have you heard the referee call 10 seconds? It's been a while. Yeah, that shows how quick these players are playing. I haven't really heard the referee call 10 seconds much in this match. I haven't even spoken much about the extension that you get. They're hardly using it. We are just past 2 hours of play. This match started at 5 p.m. local time. It's now 7 minutes past 7 p.m. And we have played 15 frames thus far, so not a bad pace that these players are playing at. Again, a little bit of check on the cue ball. Why I mention that is when you're playing on napped cloth, just adding a little bit of sides here and there make a big difference and make a shot much more difficult, especially with shots like that that don't need it, where it's all about the cue ball. And especially when it comes to checking the cue ball, because it's always going against its natural path. You're always straightening it up instead of letting it flow down the angles. I did see someone say it'd be nice if we had the shot clock on the screen to see how fast these players are playing. I'd prefer to see how many times the cue ball is being cleaned in this match. It's at least 3 or 4 times a frame. So careless error on the 14 from Liu Chengqie. This is the result. Wang Yun on the black ball to get his 9th point, have a 2-frame lead before we go into the break. And it's there, 16 frames played, Wang Yun leading Liu Chengqie, 9 frames to 7. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
冰塑胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，冰塑胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。冰塑整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。 欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，王云开球。
So after 16 frames played, the score is 9-7 to Wang Yun over Liu Qingqie in this winners bracket final. This is a race to 19. For the first time since 3-1, there has been a 2-frame gap. But this time, ball not in on the break from Wang Yun. Now, I do speak about how often these players practice and how much they practice and how tournaments don't affect their practice routines. So I've just taken a walk out into the arena, and on the outside tables we have Chen Jue practicing at the moment after playing for 4.5 hours against Yongjin Park, winning that match, and now on the practice tables putting in a few hours of practice. So he must have just gone to get something to eat, and he'll most probably be there for, let's say, the next 2 or 3 hours at least. Where do you get that kind of discipline, that kind of dedication? Most times players come to a tournament, and during the tournament they're not practicing that much. They feel they're at a tournament, they're playing enough. If they do practice 4 hours at home during a tournament, maybe an hour a day, these players, if they practice 6 hours at home, they will practice 6 hours at a tournament. It's the only way you become so comfortable at this game, so comfortable on this table, to play shots the way these players play them. For example, like Liu Qingqie, to be as creative as he is with the cue ball and to do the things he's doing at the table, that is years and years and hours of practice. But that being said, a little bit careless in the previous frame. I have to say there was no need to bank the 14. The 14 could go in the center. He could have made the position. That's the reason there's a 2-frame gap, and he didn't make it 8-all when he should have. Other than the scoreline being 9-7, both of these players have 1 break and run each, both 3 rack and runs each. Now black ball being where it is, you want to be right behind that black ball to play it down to the bottom left. It's almost 2 balls away from the cushion, or at least 1.5. Don't really see a need to move it. Well, he did feel the need to move the 14. Before he moved the 14, 3 was going to be available to the bottom corner, to this corner pocket. So moving the 3 means, well, moving the 14 means that the 3 is available to the center instead. Needs a good shot here, though, if he's going from 4 to 3, though, and that's why he's going back to 3. But he's undecided, because he's off angle on the 3, he's wrong side. And there we go. Again, slightly careless. You see, that's why I feel there was no need to move the 14, because the 4 being where it is would have connected the 3, connected better to the 3 to play it down. Look, I can see why he would have come this far in the tournament, because his style and the way he plays so attacking. It's very tough to play against a player like that. But the problem is he's coming up against Wang Yun, who's really taking advantage of the opportunities at the table and punishing him for those mistakes. And you don't see that many positional errors at this stage of the tournament. That's why it is a bit surprising amount of times he's snookering himself or not being exactly where he needs to be. What a shot he's played there, and I think he's got the result he wants. That is exactly what he's played. Onto the 10. Caromed off the 9, that's perfect. I think that's a proper full ball. We don't have a camera angle from behind yet. Oh, the shot that Wang played previously, he left the 10 outside the bottom left pocket, which means he could go for it now if he wanted to. But another safety, but this time, I think he's got it again. Now, even if he doesn't get the safety here, still, to go from 4 to black ball, where are you going? Black ball not available into the bottom left now with the 10 being where it is. Only option really is to bank the black ball, and you have to get right opposite it. I have to say, for me now, Wang Yun favorite in this frame. His favorite to go 3 points up and to get the 10th point on the board. Now he has created this opportunity for himself. The first shot he played was excellent. Cue ball off the 9 onto the 10. The next one as well, getting the 12 off the cushion. And then again, cue ball behind the 9. Perfectly weighted safety shots. And there again, opens the 14 and the 15. They were not potable before that. That is a frame-winning shot he's just played. At the moment, out of the two players, not much to separate them, but I have to say that the more consistent player so far in the last few frames has been Wang Yun. Slightly. Just less positional errors. Oh, there is an angle here to move the black ball a little bit. This is why he is as good as he is. Making sure of every single thing. Didn't have to do that. He'll pot that black ball a good, I'd say 98%, if he's right behind it. But not happy to leave that 2% to chance. And that's the difference between these two players at the moment, is you'd have seen that Liu Chengxie takes more risks, leaving more to chance. And at the moment, chance is not on his side. What can you say about Wang Yun? What a display of skill he's showing here in this winner's bracket final. One of the strongest players I've seen on the TV table. He gets his 10th point now, leading by 3. He's 10-7 up against Liu Qingqie. So now there is a difference in the scoreline. There's a gap now. 3-point gap between Wang Yu and Liu Qingqie. The score is 10-7 after 17 frames played. Makes a ball on this 18th rack. 12 as well. Ball in the center. That looked like the 7 going straight in. It was. So first to double digits is Wang Yun. This is a race to 19 winner break format. Can he hold the lead? It's the cue ball for Liu Qingqie. It's not the potting, it's been the cue ball. That's been the problem. And it's usually always at the end of the frame, which is another problem because he's left with 1 or 2 balls on the table, and then Wang Yun has a lot of opportunity to get his balls into better places, play the safety shots, wait for an opportunity at the table to make the clearance. That's exactly what he's been doing the past few frames, but he's missed that by a lot. He has missed that by a lot. That was a lot. Can see what the plan was though with where the cue ball is. Look at cue ball towards the 9. He opens up the 13. That was the plan. That's a great pot. That is an excellent pot from Liu Qingqie. Yeah, but this is still not easy on solids. Got to find a way to get that 3-ball potable behind the 13 at the moment. Could use the 4 to either move the 13 or the 3 now. It's going to go into the 3 slightly, and it's a little bit worse. Might go into it again from the 2. Yeah, very likely that's the shot he's playing. Again, very attacking if he's doing that. Gets the 2. That's a great shot. He's played that well, but now it's still tough. How do you get from the 3 to the 5 or the 6? A shot like that, you're relying on some good fortune. That's the only problem. Oh, look at this. Look at this. What he can do with the cue ball is unbelievable. Firstly, what he's done there with the 3, it's so difficult to not be a push stroke. That's the first thing, so you have to cue that so well. Secondly, to get the pot with the spin at that pace. But again, he's not nicely on these. And look at how open Stripes is. So if he doesn't make certain of this finish now, he's going to be 11-7 down. Yeah, what a shot that is. He's had to swerve that slightly around the 5 to get to the potting angle. What can't he do with the cue ball? Liu Qingqiu. Unbelievable. But now again, the black ball behind the 13. That's going to be a problem. Which is why he's thinking about this. Yeah, the 13 is completely in the way of the natural path of the cue ball here. Taken his eye off the pot, unfortunately, has Liu. Look, he can pull off fantastic shots. Can do anything with the cue ball, but the finishing just at the end, it's not there at the moment. Every time he does that, he opens the door for Wang Yun. It's become a pattern now over the last few frames. And that is the reason we have the 3-frame gap here, because it was all square for a long time. I think from 3-all to 7-all. It was 1 each all the way. The lead was changing all the time. Look, I'd say if Wang Yu can get to 14 or 15, I'd say 16 before Liu gets to 10, it's going to be very tough to catch him. I'm sure by that time he'll be breaking better, he'll be flowing better. It's going to be very, very tough to catch him. I tell you what, he's going to be perfect on this black ball after potting this 11. And that's going to mean that he has a 4-frame gap. And he is. He is perfect on this black ball. So these are not one-visit clearances, but still very exciting frames. And this is the man who's getting the points on the board. Wang Yun gets his 11th point. He's 11-7 up against Liu Chengqie in this race to 19. Winners bracket final.
老鹰交边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。
第19局，王云开球。
19th rack to get underway here in this race to 19 winners bracket final between Wang Yun and Liu Chengqie. Cue ball in, unfortunately, for Wang Yun. He is currently 11-7 up, 1 break and run each, 3 rack and runs each for these players. Both of these players have not lost a match yet in stage 3, the final stage of the Super Tour here at the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters. And cue ball in on the break means cue ball in hand behind the balk line. You have to play forward, can't play any of the balls within balk. So from 7-all, he's lost 4 frames in a row, has Liu Chengqie. And he was looking like he is definitely the more confident player. So it's about time now he starts winning some frames and gets back into this match. Because so quickly from going 1 down, he went 2 down, and then all of a sudden 4 down. Should not really have an issue in this frame. Are all open, should be another rack and run. Honestly, I think he just has to make it simple again. Keep it simple. Now it is winner's break format here, so if he can get this point on the board, he'll be breaking in the next frame also. So big chance to catch up. Wants to get nicely behind the 4 from here. So cue ball just below the center pocket. It's a little bit much. That is a little bit too much. Firstly, it makes the pot a bit more difficult. Now it's a blind pocket. Slight cutback blind pocket. These are not easy. Only got the top of the cue ball available, cueing off the cushion. It's there, good pot. He's gonna need another good pot here with the cue ball being where it is. It's not there, and he knew it straight away. What is going on with Liu Chengqie? And you can see how excited she is to be watching this game. I have to say, personally, this is one of the most exciting matches we've had on the TV table. Although it is one of the matches where we've had the least one-visit clearances. Something about these two players at the table, they are just very exciting to watch.
10秒，延时。
I don't know what's happening to Liu Chengqie, though. He started off so well. And what this is going to do is just going to increase the confidence of Wang Yun. With every miss, with every opportunity. Any opinions on the stream? I'd love to hear from you guys what you think is going on. How has he just lost the plot completely at the moment? I don't think it's pressure. I don't think it's fatigue either. These players didn't play this morning. Being in the winner's bracket, they've been playing once a day only. But yeah, trying to understand what's going on with Liu Chengqie at the moment. Because it's tough out there for him, and he's missed that black ball by a lot. It was not a small miss. Way inside. Taking a few extra seconds with this 10. This is an important ball. Makes it look way too easy the way he plays it. But you can hear the applause. They know. Not an easy shot on these tables. Taking a walk around the table. He wants to make sure of this. It was such a good opportunity for Liu Chengqie to bring one back. I mean, 4 down, he would have been 3 down, breaking. But now it is looking like he's going to be 5 down. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Wang Yun. That was not easy, and you can see if he missed it, where he was leaving the cue ball, but he's playing to his strengths, which currently is everything. And yeah, reply on the comment section that Wang is being very critical in fine details, which is very true. And at the moment, Liu Chengqie, depending on a bit of chance sometimes, which he's not getting, unfortunately. Now, there are players that get a lot of it sometimes, but at the moment, it's all going the way of Wang Yun, which he's doing. That is 12 points on the board. He leads 12-7. So at the moment, Wang Yun leading 12-7 now. Interesting fact here is every frame since they were 7 each, Liu Chengqie has had a visit to the table. They have not been one visit clearances. Every single frame since 7 all, he's had a chance. He's actually the player that went 7-6 up, multiple visit frame to make it 7 all, and the next 5 frames after that, including the previous one, were all multiple visit frames. So in every single frame he had a chance. That is not a good statistic for Liu Chengqie, not at all. Oh, that's a miscue. He's miscued that and he still made the pot. That is a miscue. I'm not sure if you guys heard that on the stream. I heard that here. I think the whole arena heard that. But chance definitely rolling his way because although he's miscued that, he still made the pot and he's on stripes. But this is not an easy clearance to make. You can't rely on the fact that Liu has not made the most of his opportunities. All he has to do is tighten up the cue ball, find a good break, and he can put together a few consecutive break and runs easily. Definitely has the skill to do that. That's another miss from Wang Yun. He's looking at his tip. I don't know if he's damaged it after that miscue. I doubt. Now again, chance for Liu Chengqie, as I've said, past 5 frames, 6 frames actually. He's had a chance in every single frame. When does it start to affect the mental side though? Like when do you feel that things are just not going your way? Because that can creep in. It's rare to see that here. I mean, these players are usually rock solid, made of stone. See, he's willed that 7 to go into that pocket at that pace. He forced the pocket to accept that ball. Yeah, I hope that those missed opportunities doesn't affect him. Still a long way to go. I mean, he's 5 behind. His opponent 7 away from the finish line. Now you see already we aren't in prime position here. It's not exactly where you want to be, and the way he's playing this, he's leaving the 6 for last. That's a good pot. That is a very good pot in the 5. Look, his potting is exceptional. It really is. He doesn't always have to be in perfect position, and I think that's what he's able to get away a lot with his potting. But for example, now, the position has to be perfect. The position for the 6 ball has to be perfect. Look, playing for the gap between 9 and 12 is too risky, although the pot's easier. Playing for the gap between 9 and 11 is better. Easier to get. And I think he snookered himself. From this angle, it looks like, yes, he has. Oh, the Heyball gods. What are they doing? So that's what I was talking about, the gap between 9 and 12, 9 and 11. 9 and 11, it's a harder pot, but easier to find. This would have made the pot easier, but yeah. And look at where he's left the 6. Guys already know what I'm going to say here. Having 5 balls on the table, your opponent having the ball safe like that. All you have to do is leave the cue ball up table or anywhere in the table except the bottom area. Or you can pot that ball like that. He's walked that ball in. He knew he pot that ball long before it even got to the pocket. Look, whoever wins this match, can't call a winner yet, of course. I'll never do that. But I think these two players will meet again in the grand final. Now, has he covered the 6? He has. That's what you can do when you have more balls on the table. Although, what Liu Chengqie can do here, he goes off the cushion, plays the 6 indirectly, pushes the 6 over the pocket, and leaves the cue ball tight on this bottom cushion on our screen. That would be safe. See, it needed to be tight on the cushion. So there was no pot available. Like now, the 9 is available if he needs to take a pot on. Yeah, you see the shot he's played there. He's played to move the 14 or pot the 6. Is he going to go for it again? Can get there off the 11. Look, if he's going for this and he doesn't get it right, he's most likely going to lose the frame. I think he's heard me. That's why he's gotten up off the shot. He's back down on this again. Gets the pot. Doesn't get what he wants though. It was a cracking pot from that distance at that pace. What do you do now? 1 ball each. That's where he needs the cue ball. He needs to be precise. I think he's got cover, but he's also played that in such a way Look at the way he's played that. That's a class shot he's played there, because he's pushed the 14 over the 6, that if he didn't cover it properly, the 14 would help him get cover. Really, if he's covered it with the 14, that's one of the best shots I've seen when you have just one ball left. Yeah, he's forcing him to go around the back of the black ball here. A lot of side on that. Gets it, pots it. Good pot from Liu Chengjie. Now, this has to go. Missed the black ball in the previous frame to the center pocket. It cost him the frame. Is it there? It's there. He gets it off the outside jaw. Liu Chengjie gets his 8 point on the board. The score is 12-8 in favor of Wang Yun. Good pot on the black ball for Liu Chengjie. He needed that one. He's now 4 points behind, 12-8 down against Wang Yun. This is a race to 19 winners bracket final. Makes the ball on the break. That's what he needs. So far, still 1 break and run each, 3 rack and runs each. Every frame since 7-all has been a multiple visit frame where both players have had chances. So far, Wang Yun taking his chances just a bit better than Liu. It's a good pot. It's a great opening pot. Straight down into the center of that pocket. Now, I do see some comments saying that these two players won't survive if they play against Wu Jianyu, who's in the losers bracket. He played against Zheng Kangpeng earlier, and he was on something like 10 one-visit clearances for 11 points at one point in time. He was flying in that match. I actually like to see what he ended up on. So he defeated Kangpeng 17-14. Yeah, 17-14 with a total of 15 one-visit clearances, 7 break and runs, 8 rack and runs. That's one of the highest standards I've seen in terms of runouts. Looking at consecutive. Yeah, not really getting that many consecutive. I see 2 consecutive, another 2 consecutive. Yeah, but 7 break and runs, 8 rack and runs out of 17 points. Yes, he is a big threat, but I have to say that he'll be playing tomorrow against Chen Jie. That'll be a race to 19 at 10 a.m. If he wins that match, he has to play the loser of this match tomorrow evening at 6 p.m., another race to 19. And then he has to play the final the next day, race to 23. Yet the winner of this match waiting in the final doesn't play tomorrow at all. whereas the person coming from the losers bracket would have played for about, I'd say, 2 5-hour sessions or 2 4-hour sessions. This session already 12-8 race to 19. We're already just over 3 hours in. Now that factor plays a huge part in that final. Massive factor. Winner of this match gets a day off. Complete rest day for them to do whatever they want. Put some practice in if they need to. But you are not playing 2 race to 19s, more importantly. Yeah, now since we are in the last 4 of this tournament, champion of this tournament gets 277,000 US dollars, runner up 111,000 US dollars, which means winner of this match, no matter what happens, is guaranteed 111,000. Third place, 41,600. Fourth place, 20,800. Fifth to eighth, 9,700. 9 to 16, 5,500. 17 to 32nd, 4,100. And 33rd to 64th, 2,700. We also have that prize money breakdown on our Facebook page. It should be on the WHT page where the announcement of the tournament is. But yeah, the most important numbers there. Champion, 277,000. Runner-up, 111,000. And that is US dollars. That was brave. It was a very, very brave shot to take on, to play the 10 from where the cue ball was and break up the bunch with the 14. I think he's going to pay for that. Oh, that's gone wrong. That has gone wrong. Yes, indeed. It is a lot of dollars. That is 2 million RMB. Local currency here in China. And at the Grandmasters Finals, the winning prize is 5 million RMB. And this is the prize money at all the Joy Heyball Master Station events. All the stations you see throughout the year. Previous one was the Zhejiang station. Before that, Baotao. Prize money is 277,000 US dollars for the winner. And that will be going to one of the 4 players left. That's these 2 who are on the table. The other 2 is Chen Jie and Wu Juanyue. Yeah, it's a good pot. That's the only way he was going to fix the 6 ball. Now, so far in my experience, especially the last few tournaments we've done, player that comes through the loser side is never on form in the final. They just can't find their rhythm. And I have to say it's due to the fatigue of playing those race to 19s and playing twice a day. Especially at the end, it's a huge impact. I've seen it the last 3 tournaments. Niu Zhang against Zhang Tai at the Grandmasters Finals. Tai comes through the losers bracket. Smashes everyone through the losers bracket, but can't play properly in the final against Niu Zhang. Then at the Baotao Super Tour, we got Sun Yuan. Comes through the loser side of the last 32 against Chu Bingji in the final. Can't do anything. Can't find his game. previous Zhejiang station. Zheng Kangpeng comes through the losers bracket against Zhao Ruliang in the final. Same story. Never seen them able to bring their A game. That's 13 points on the board. Normal service resumed for Wang Yun.
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
So at the moment in this race to 19 winners bracket final, it is 13-8 in favor of Wang Yun over Liu Qingqie. Got the 5-frame gap, 6 points away from the finish line at 19. Doesn't make a ball on this break, however. Yeah, it's not there, but we've seen how well he's even played those few tactical shots. Those are attacking safeties that he plays when he does have to play tactical, and usually securing the point like that. And even the previous frame was a multiple visit frame. And that's what we've seen here. Every frame since 7-all has been chances for both players. Stripe secured, moves the 15. Now that 15 by the 3, it means it's only portable from that side. Yeah, the way the last 32 is set up, it definitely does favor the winners bracket players, but that's on them to stay in the winners bracket. That's why it's so important to stay in that winners bracket. That's what you're fighting for. It is double elimination. You can afford to take a loss, but you're fighting to not be fatigued. It's only the first day where all players play 2 matches a day. After that, the losers bracket players play twice, and the winners bracket players play once a day. Then the day before the final, winners bracket winner has a day completely off. That's why even tomorrow evening, when we have the losers bracket final, which will be the loser of this match against the winner from Chen Jie and Wu Jinyu, those 2 players would have played a race to 19 already. So they would have played at 10 a.m., possibly finishing at 2 or 3 p.m., depending on how long that goes. And then 2 or 3 hours later, they have to play again, and they have to play against one of these players who would have had the entire morning off. Makes a difference again. Where is this cue ball? Not again. When it's not your day, it's not your day. At the moment, it's not.
延时
Jump cue again. This time taking off the butt of the jump cue, which means you're looking for more elevation, less distance, less power. Yeah, and that's why, because he's jumping towards the 11 here, he has to get up very quickly to get over the 2. See how high the bridge is. It's a good jump. He's done well to get the 11, although once again he's given the table back to Wang Yun. And he's always giving the table back after potting a few balls, which is the reason that even when Wang Yu misses, he's in trouble. This is going towards the top left. It's there. Good at those shots is Wang Yun. When the cue ball is so close to the cushion, it makes it so difficult. Full distance of the table that object ball has to travel. But misses that. But again, can afford to miss it. That's the problem with the table that Liu Qingqi always has. Those misses from Wang Yun don't even matter because they're not being punished. Okay, I don't have the stats for the last 10 station finals, but I can tell you the last 3 at least. The last 3 have been all won from the winner's side. I know that because I've done those matches personally, so I've been through the entire of stage 3. So I can tell you that the last 3 events have all been won from the winner's side. Okay, I got another station event result. That's the Tianjin station, which was won by Tang Shunchao. And she won that also from the winner's side. So that's 4 out of 4 so far that I found, where the winner is from the winner's side every time. And that was Tang Shunchao against Shen Shenyi, won that 23-22. So that's how important it is to stay in the winner's bracket. Okay, 5 out of 5 now. I found another station event, the Lishan Super Tour, won by Kong Dejing, also one from the winner's side. So that's 5 out of 5. So I think we have a pattern, definitely, that more often than not, these tournaments are won from a player in the winner's bracket. Yeah, look at that. Absolutely flawless. Absolutely flawless from Wang Yun. What can you say? Now 22 frames played in this race to 19. Winners bracket final. Wang Yun 14-8 up against Liu Chengqie. He is 6 frames up. And he's just 5 away from the finish line. Now, in this final, we've only had 1 break and run each. 3 racks and run each. So out of 22 frames played, it's only 6 one-visit clearances, but every frame has had a lot of action in it. I think we only had 1 half tactical frame. Other than that, it's been exciting action from both these players. Is there a way back into this match for Liu Chengqie? He's missed the 1. He's not taken advantage of the dry break from Wang Yun. They were all square at 7 each, and since then, out of 8 frames, he's only won 1 frame. And again, those 8 frames, both players have had chances. Both players have come to the table multiple times. Of those 8 frames, I think Liu has snookered himself at least 5 times. And every single time he's let this man come back to the table, Wang Yun has taken the point. Look, I can imagine when Liu Chengqie is having his day and playing as well as he is, where things are rolling for him, I can imagine how dangerous he is at the table and how many clearances he makes. But so far in this match, it's just not his day. He's not getting the roll. His positional play is not there. Now missing a pot as well. He missed the one to the top right. And Wang Yun at the table, the confidence just growing with each and every frame, each shot. Every time his opponent makes a mistake and opens the door. But that's what's going to happen if you see your opponent making errors and you are able to come to the table and capitalize. It's exactly how you start to feel. You start to feel like you are definitely better. And in this game, you play how you feel. And this has been quick. This has been a very quick clearance. Wang Yun gets his 15 point on the board. He's in a rush here. He's 15-8 up against Liu Chengqie. Yeah, that wasn't a break and run. Yeah, so that wasn't a break and run there. It was a dry break. Liu Chengqie had a chance, missed the one, and Wang Yun made the clearance. At the moment, he is 15-8 up. Makes the ball on the break this time. Now this is the 24th rack, so after this frame we will have another 10-minute player break. And at the moment it looks like this is going the way of Wang Yun. That's unless Liu Chengqie can do something. Can he find some sort of rhythm? That's a big miss. That was a big miss. He's almost potted the black ball. He's missed that by quite a lot. So at the moment, the gap is 7 frames. Wang Yun just 4 away from the finish line at 19. If there was a point that he needs to find something here, it's this point. At least he'll be coming back from the break, breaking. It is winner's break format. Cannot afford to go 16-8 down. Good pot on the 10. He's got position on the 15. That roll has worked out well. Although he's got the pot on the 15, he's going to have to work the cue ball to get the next position. As you can see, it's looking straight. No shortage of cue power though. He was even able to force through that angle. He's played that well. I'm actually glad he's played that shot instead of the deep screw, as those have been going wrong for him. The pace. Yeah, this is a bit of a tester if he's taking on the 14. That's a solid pot. Much better from Liu Chengjie. So exactly what he needs. So he has been right behind the 13 to see whether it passes into the center pocket. This tells us that it does. Just is going to have to go off the inside jaw here. There we go. We are right behind it. It does go. Gets it. And gets his 9th point on the board as we go to the player break. He is 15-9 down, 24 frames played. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第25局，刘正杰开球。
The question is there a way back for Liu Chengqia in this match? 15-9 down at 24 frames played. Hasn't been getting a good roll, hasn't been getting any luck so far. Yes, a little bit careless with a few positional errors, but hasn't got any good rolls even. Things have just not been going his way, and even now the break not working for him. Score is 15-9 in favor of Wang Yun. This is a race to 19 winners bracket final here at the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour. 4 players left in this tournament. These 2 players have not lost a match in stage 3 yet. 2 players in the losers bracket of the moment, Chen Jia and Wu Zhenyu. And And then the grand final on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time. That will be a race to 23. Yeah, you can see those center pockets are not kind. You have to be playing absolutely perfect from that angle to get that into the center pocket. But again, another multiple visit frame here. Previous one, though, before the break was a rack and run for Liu Chengqie. Brought his tally up to 4 rack and runs, 1 break and run each at the moment, with Wang Yun on 3 rack and runs. Surprisingly, that's not how the points have been going here. It hasn't been just 1 visit clearance. It's been these kind of frames where both players come to the table. Can argue those are the important frames. Those are the ones you need to get. And this race to 19, Wang Yun just 4 points away from the finish line. So far, coming up on 4 hours of playtime soon. That's why I say a race to 19s, they can go over 5 hours easily. Yeah, it's a great shot. That is a great shot. Only problem I see is from that side, it doesn't look like the black ball is available. Otherwise, you could go 15, 11, 10, back for the 12. Yeah, now because the black ball not available from that side, what he might have to do here is go 11, back to the 12, then across for the 10 to get nicely on the black ball. That's what he's doing, and he's left himself quite nicely on the 12, unless he's hampered by the 5, which should be just a little bit unfortunate. Now, usually these players are playing this shot with a touch of low outside, so in this scenario, playing this with a bit of bottom right. So you pot this, you're most naturally getting position on the 10. Gets the 10. Does he hold the cue ball enough? Oh, that's going to be tight. Is it his turn to get unlucky now? I think it is. The reaction, yes, there we go. That was for his 16th point. That's jump cue in hand. He's not guaranteed to get this. Not at all. This is tough. Look, the only thing is you are jumping just past a part of the 3. It's not the whole ball. It's an edge. You're jumping over an edge. But this is still, yeah, it was very tough to get. It's a little bit careless from Wang Yun to not be on that black ball. He played the finish so well. Just didn't make certain of that last pot, unfortunately. Well, the position after the pot, and he's given ball in hand to Liu Cheng. Which means we could see 10th point here for him. Bring it back within 5. He's played to get the 7 out there, or at least get 7 and 3 out, and I don't think he has. It's not far enough on the 7. If he doesn't, he's going to be going for it again from the 1 most likely. There is enough angle. Wouldn't be difficult to route the cue ball towards 3 and 7 from here. Missed it. And usually when you miss a shot like that, especially at pace, it means you're not going to be on position. See the reaction, the body language says it all. He is having a rough time out there, is Liu Chengqia. Very tough to come back from here. 6 down, your opponent 4 away from the finish line. A very risky shot he's played there. If the 3 came and hit the 6 or the black ball, wouldn't have been a snooker, and it's not even full ball. But what can he do in this situation? It's different if you're 6 frames down in a race to 19 like this and you've been playing well. Your opponent's been playing well. It's been clearance after clearance, or the mistakes have just been dry breaks, but this is not what it's been. It has been errors from Liu Chengqia that's brought Wang Yun to the table every time. Where is this black ball going? That's not bad. That's where he wanted the cue ball. He hasn't left anything easy. To put the 7 and the 6 to the center is far from easy from there. However, if he goes for the 7, he does have cover 5 and 3 if he misses the 7. Even if he goes for the 6, so he shouldn't be leaving the black ball on here. It's a decent safety. What he's done there, he's not left the jump. And remember, this is all because Wang Yun did not get nicely on that black ball. Partially snookered himself. Now jumping the 6 to get to the side cushion. He's still going indirectly here. Look at that. Oh my word. Oh my word. He's almost potted that ball. If he pots that ball, I call him as the favorite for this match. That was so close. That would have been a jump, kick, pot. Looks like he's going to have to play that black ball up that right-hand side cushion if he wants to make this clearance, does Liu Chengqia. Still hitting them well, confidently. Needs to leave himself with a bit of an angle on this 3-ball to make sure he gets position for the black ball. Now black ball on the right-hand side cushion, which means not easy to get to for a right-handed play. He's either going to have to use the rest or leave it slightly longer. Coming across the angle again. Yes, he has an angle on the 3, but if he ran that a bit, 2 more rolls and he doesn't have position. It's a good pot. And how's the position? This is going to bounce a bit. He's going to need to use the rest here unless, can he get to it with the extension on the cue? Can just gets it. It's there. 10th point on the board for Liu Chengqia. He's 15-10 down against Wang Yun in this race to 19. .26th frame to get underway now, and it was a clearance that he needed. Good pot on the black ball from Liu Chengqia to get that 10th point. He's 5 behind his opponent, 4 away from the finish line. Score is 15-10 in favor of Wang Yun. This is the winners bracket final, race to 19, winners break. He's potted a ball off the break. This is what he needs. If he can get a break and run on the board now, brings it to within 4, gain some sort of momentum, then there's a chance. Worrying factor is even in the previous frame when he was making the clearance, was not perfect on that 3. That could have gone wrong. But now I think this is where he needs to dig deep and really try to make this comeback. Tighten up the cue ball a little bit. It's been the only thing letting him down. Leave the position less to chance. Or having a good roll or not. That's worked out well. That has worked out very well, and things are starting to look like they are in his favor at the moment. Look at the action on the cue ball. It's the only problem balls on the table, and with one shot he sorted that out. Now there are turning points in matches. Position on the black ball in the previous frame, I think that could be one. If Liu Cheng can exploit this chance. Wang Yun was, I would say, 3 or 4 millimeters from being on 16. Definitely looks like he's starting to find some kind of rhythm here as Liu Cheng. Left an angle on the 3 to come into the angle of the 4 ball. Doesn't need to do anything fancy here. Should be able to make this clearance. This is off his break also. So far, both players with just one break and run each. It's nicely done. It's looking a lot better. A lot more controlled at the table is Liu Cheng Chia. And that is a break and run. His second one, 11th point on the board. That was a good finish from Liu Cheng Chia. So coming up on about 4 hours of play at the moment from these two players. Score is 15-11 in favor of Wang Yun. Liu Cheng Chia, 11 points, 2 break and runs, 4 rack and runs, and 1 break and run, 3 rack and runs for Wang Yun. Doesn't get a ball this time, not yet. And no, it's dry. Yeah, he gets a ball here and runs another rack. Then I'd say a very different match in our hands. But Wang Yun back to the table. He's been in charge of this match since 7-all. That's where he started taking the lead and punishing every single mistake from Liu Cheng. Now to stop his opponent's momentum. So he needs to pick up about 2 frames here now. If he gets himself on 17, while Liu is on 11, I don't think there's a way back. Now that's usually the pattern we see. Rack and run followed by a break and run. This 4's got to go though. It's not easy. It's easy to catch the inside jaw first here. Blind pocket, and that's why he's gone off the 2. He's played that nicely, but even that could have gone wrong. Yeah, played that very well off the 2, nice and controlled that he didn't push the 2 along the cushion. He's caught the 2 quite fine there. A right shot to play here is the 3, although he's on the 2 and the 2 is easier. The right shot is the 3, 3, 1, 2 black ball. Getting the cue ball cleaned again. Is any chalk dust off that? Doesn't want to kick now, especially on a shot like this. These are the kind of shots that usually kick thick. Now all he needs to do is get the gap between 10 and 14. So all you need to do is pass the 10 here. It's been a quick frame. It's been a very quick frame, and this is off the dry break from Liu Chengqia. Previous frame was a break and run from Liu, and Wang Yun replies with a rack and run. Gets his 16 point on the board. He's 16-11 up with a rack and run. So what are we thinking here? Wang Yun 16-11 up on Liu Chengqia. Winners bracket final. Race to 19 is their way back. Hasn't made a ball. The 3 goes in now. That is not a kind cue ball. Would have loved to make a break and run there to extend his lead more. Five ahead of his opponent at the moment. 3 away from the finish line. Yeah, just gone over 4 hours now. Unlucky. Was a good pot. Cue ball into the center pocket. Yeah, so this is still an open table and ball in hand anywhere on the table now. Okay, he's not that far away. If he can get a decent clearance here and and get a good break. There's a chance. Previous clearance he made, the break and run at the table 2 frames ago, that was good. It was very controlled. Much better. He's going to go into the black ball here most likely. Yep, that's how he plays. It's an excellent shot because he's secured solids. He's opened up the black ball, and if the 5 goes to that top corner, then everything's there for him. He's an extremely attacking player, is Liu Chengqie, and if he does get the roll as well, then he's able to make these clearances very quickly. Slight issue here. He's not straight on the 5, which means the cue ball is heading into the 15. Played it well. Now you see the 15 could have got stuck to the 6. That would have been an unfortunate roll. That's what's been happening to him for most of the match. But at least at the moment things are going better for him. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Now just one good shot to get on the black ball. Don't think he's going to want to leave it at distance. But how straight are you? Very straight. So what are the options? Either stun it and play it where it lies, or deep screw off one cushion. He's decided to stun it and play it at distance because there wasn't really much he could do. Glad he didn't try and cheat the pocket and run through of 2 cushions. He's coming back. 12th point for Liu Chengqie with a rack and run. Yeah, it's better from Liu Chengqie now. He's definitely kicked it up a gear. The cue ball's working better for him while he's working it better, and that's why he's catching up. He's 4 behind now. His opponent 3 away from the finish line. Just as it looked like he was gaining momentum, pots the cue ball on the break. And at this level, usually you aren't coming back to the table, unfortunately. Now this comeback that's happening is all because Wang Yun snookered himself on the black ball 3 frames ago. That's why this is happening. That one error that he's made has opened the door big time. Yeah, what a pot that is. That is an excellent pot to the top right corner pocket. This is a tough clearance he's trying to make here. Very tough. That 7 does go to the center pocket, but only from there. He's on it. Look at how well he's played that also, to get the cue ball back out into the center of the table. A touch of reverse side needed to widen the angle of the cushion. 3 pots away now from being on the black ball and getting his 17th point. Now these matches are not timed, no time limit on these matches. That's why I say there is always a chance to come back. Can never write off any play in these matches. Winner's break rule also allows for that. Chance for consecutive break and runs means you can keep your opponent in the chair and run the match. But at the moment, this man at the table, almost faultless. That's a rack and run for Wang Yun, 17th point on the board. He's 2 away from the finish line. Score at the moment 17-12 in favor of Wang Yun over Liu Chengqia. This is a race to 19, winner's break format. And that's a dry break, so this is another chance for Liu. Five down at the moment, opponent 2 away from the finish line. Not an easy place to be. Look, we've seen that he can pot from anywhere. Can put the cue ball anywhere as well. Previous clearance he did make was a break and run, was a great break and run. Needs a few of those, a few consecutives to get back into this match. Now it does look like he can get to the potting angle of the 3. It's not his only problem though. The 7 also is going to be tough to get to. He's got the 4 down table. Almost gets the 2. That was not an easy shot to take on. You could see he would have been on the 4. Chance to develop the 7. So yeah, that was a tough 2 that he tried to take on there, but don't really see a finish on the table for Wang Yun. He's got the 9 tied up, 14 at the bottom end of the table, 13 behind the 7. This is a tough table on stripes. Actually, tough table for both these players because the 3 might not even go from where it is. Yeah, tactical shot there, played the combination. Pot his opponent's ball, that is a legal shot. And at the same time, not really leaving your opponent with anything. I haven't really seen that many tactical frames between these 2 players. This might be one. Or is one already, and might even be the longest frame of the match thus far. He was trying to do the same to pot the 3 and leave the cue ball safe. Hasn't worked out that bad. He's got the cue ball safe. That's where he wanted the cue ball. Just had a gap to get down to the 3. Puts the 3 in front of the pocket though, but he's pushed the 4 safe. You can see he's taking quite a bit of time over this. This is a very important frame. I mean, Wang Yun wins this, he's on the hill. And if Liu Cheng wins this, he's making a great comeback. Yeah, that was the referee counting down, and she was on 2 before he played that shot. Doesn't have any extensions remaining. That's a good shot. That is a good shot to play. Now, I don't think he's going to get ball in hand from this. I do expect Liu Chengxia to get this, to make contact. He might even pot. It's coming very close. 2 ball. That's a good hit. Legal shot. Now, the only thing available for Wang Yun to play is the 14 ball. But how does he keep the cue ball safe from there? Either tight on the bottom cushion where the Libo Wen sign is, or back to the top end. Well, deciding to go indirect also here. This can go wrong. Yeah, but he knows these angles too well. Knows these angles way too well. Again, cue ball, balk area, or balk cushion at least. I didn't hear the referee call frozen ball, but that looks like it's tight on that right side cushion. Interesting shot choice to bring it towards the bunch. I would have thought rather leave it slightly in front of the pocket at least and give yourself an opportunity to go into them. Look, angle he has on the 9. He's nudged into them and not a bad result. Managed to move them a lot actually at that pace. I didn't expect that. I expected him to use a lot more pace going into them, and I think it would have worked out a bit better. Yeah, put distance between cue ball and object ball again now. 3 balls each on the table. What can Liu Chengxia do? Going towards the 7 here. Looks like there's just enough space between cushion and 4 to get to the 14. There is. So that's one of the balls free. One of the stripes are free now. And Liu's got to be careful here. Yeah, this is interesting. He's forced to play that 13 now. There's nowhere else to go. However, the 4 and 7 is not a set combination towards that pocket. You can see it is heading towards the jaw first. So yeah, definitely longest frame of this match, this one. Now what he's done there is he has set the combination. The combination now goes advantage Liu Chengqie at the table. Hasn't worked out the best for him. He's going to need a little bit of a recovery shot here on this 4 ball. This is not easy playing it like that. He's not on the 3. Can he find a way? Can he make this work? He's going to need the rest here. He's coming around to have a look at the potting angle. This has to go. He's got to rely on that natural potting ability he has. He's had the right line, unfortunately, not the pace. Caught that slightly too fine, and chance at the table for Wang Yun. Look, I did say no matter the result here in this match, I think there is a good possibility that these two players face each other again in the grand final. Have to remember, loser of this match doesn't play the morning session, but he plays against the winner from that morning session, which is a race to 19. So that will be loser's bracket final tomorrow at 6 p.m. Round 8 of the loser's bracket at 10 a.m. local time. That is between Chen Jie and Wu Junyu. Race to 19 as well. So if I had to make a prediction, and this is also based on the previous 5 tournaments, so it does back it up, I'd say winner of this match is most likely to win the tournament. Yeah, that's an important point. Very important point for Wang Yun. 18 points on the board, he's 18-12 up. So after 30 frames played, the score is 18-12 in favor of Wang Yun over Liu Chengqia. This is a race to 19 with Wang Yun on the hill. And hasn't made a ball on that break. One away from the finish line. 6 away from his opponent. Is their way back? Both players on 5 rack and runs each. Liu with 2 break and runs. Wang Yun 1 break and run. So in 30 frames, just 13 one-visit clearances. Doesn't mean this match has been any less exciting. Personally, I think it's been one of the most exciting matches we've had on the TV table. And I think what we'd love to see here is a comeback. We'd love to see Liu Chengqia make a comeback. We know he's capable of doing it. Put it down to just some bad luck in the first half of this match. It's got to find a way. I think the 13 should still go to the top corner if it doesn't go to the center. Here it goes, top left, it's there. This is a frame he has to make certain of. Has to. If he can get this point on the board, breaking in the next frame. First half of the match was breaking very well. He should be able to get the cue ball across, play the 15 into the bottom right. There we are, right behind the bottom right corner pocket. It's there. It's a nice clearance from Liu, gets his 13 point on the board with another rack and run. That's a good rack and run from Liu. He needed that one. That was off the dry break from Wang Yun. Wang Yun on the hill, 18 points at the moment. He's leading 18-13. It's winner's break format, as you can see. He's using the softer break, makes the 15 in the center. That's the break that was working for him at the start of this match. What a comeback this will be if he can make it. If he can get this to 15 at least, then I would say pressure is on Wang Yun, because then there's a real chance here. Especially if he can get it to 15 or 16 by making one visit clearances in terms of break and runs. Gets that kind of momentum going. So on the 5 to the center, he's come far enough for that. Now 3 bottom end of the table. Could play that last to play the black ball in the center pocket. All you really have to do is drop the 3 in then. A little bit far on the 4. Just a little bit. There's 4 for the bottom left corner. He should have natural position. That's where he wants to be. Should have that. Gets the pot, gets the position. It's there. There was pressure on that one. And he's going to have the 3 as his last ball. Black ball for the center pocket on the left side. Cue ball is slightly off the cushion. He should be able to keep it off the cushion a bit after potting this. Gets it, and the cue ball is, as you can see, just about a centimeter off. When your opponent's on the hill, everything has to go. It's there. He's got it. Break and run for Liu Cheng. 14 points on the board. And that does bring us to our 10-minute break at 32 frames played.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，换一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台， 引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为翼，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
And the comeback is definitely on here at the moment in this winners bracket final. We've got Wang Yun on the hill, and he is against Liu Chengqie. The score is 18-14. But past 2 or 3 frames have been going the way of Liu. Pots the black. That is advantage to the player breaking, so he can choose whether to break again or spot the black ball and carry on. As you see, no other ball went in on that break. And there comes the 15, knocks the black ball in. This is a race to 19 winner break format. No time limit, so there is always a chance. If he can keep his opponent in the chair. Could make an incredible comeback here. This is the winners bracket final. These two players haven't lost a match yet in stage 3. Final stage of the tournament, the Nanning Joy Heyball Master Station Super Tour event. Winner of this match goes straight through to the grand final, which will be on the 4th of January, 2 p.m. Loser of this match has to play in the losers bracket final tomorrow against either the winner from Chen Jia or Wu Jianyu. They will be playing tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time in the losers bracket round 8. Now he has decided to spot the black ball and carry on. Makes the 4 ball. He's played to get onto the 15 and played the 5. Now at 8 frames played, it was 4 all. 16 frames played, it was 9-7 to Wang Yun. 24 frames, it was 15-9, still Wang Yun. And after 32 frames, 18-14. That was our last player break for this match. So it's either Wang Yun gets 1 more point and is in the grand final, or we see an excellent comeback from Liu Cheng. A little bit better on the 5 this time. He wanted it a bit more, but he's okay. I do back him to get this now. He's got the momentum with him. He's playing quite well these last few frames. Awkward bridging though for this. It's there. What a pot that is. He's on the 6 also. This is looking good for Liu Chengqia. Look at this. It did catch the cushion. The pace took it. It's not that often you see it catching the inside jaw first or inside cushion first and then going in. Now the 3 does go into the center. All he needs is line of sight of the 2. 12 is a big blocker there, however, as you can see. He's got it. Yeah, it's a great shot. 3 cushions around for the black ball into the bottom right corner. .15 second consecutive break and run. Well on his way back into this match is Liu Chengqia. Score 18-15 now. It's only 3 behind. So on 2 consecutive break and runs is Liu Chengqia. Has to make a ball. He's got it. 11 goes in. Look, already you can feel that he has the momentum now. Things definitely working out in his favor more. He's got the break. Previous 3 frames has been his as well. From 18-12 to 18-15. Comes back after the player break, makes another break and run. There's solids in play here, and now he's having a look at the 5. 5 not really available to the bottom right. Either you come short side or you move the 12. Now, has he played to move the 12 with that shot? Possibly. Look, these last few frames, he's kept things quite simple with the cue ball, and I think that's why he's got these consecutive points on the board. Now he wanted to make contact there. He wanted to make contact with the 5 ball. Lucky enough, though, the 4 is available to the center pocket. So short side of the 5 now. It's looking good. That is good. What a comeback this player is making at the moment. Look at the position on the 6 as well. That's where he wanted to be. That's where he was pointing. It's where he had a look at the potting angle for the 6 from. Yeah, you see, definitely the cue ball is much more in control in the last few frames. The 2 does go past the 13. We aren't right behind it, as there we are. So he does have full pocket available on the 2. It's just a little bit further than he wanted for the black ball, but shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's actually like just 1 roll. 1 roll more than he wanted. Because now, bridging over the 10, this is a little bit more difficult. It's not there. 1 roll. That's what it came down to. 1 roll. 1 roll less, he's perfect on the black ball. That's 16 point. 3rd consecutive break and run. Now 6 stripes left on the table. Everything is open. How many times have we seen Wang Yun make a finish like this in this match? He's got too many options. A 12 ball, portable into the bottom right corner. Can leave that as his last ball. But even so, doesn't need to. Four pots away from being on the black ball and securing his spot in the grand final. So you can see he's not rushing this finish. He's changed his mind about 2 times while he's been on the shot. I thought as much he might do this, come down for the 12 first, and then go back up table. This was the miss again. Just caught by the jaw. Just. Now the reason he's taken the 12 is he didn't want to take the chance coming from the top to the bottom as his last ball. No room for error then, landing on the 12, and you are pretty much coming across the angle then. Because to get position on the black, even from the top end of the table, all you need is the cue ball. Lower right-hand side of the table. Say bottom half right-hand side of the table. That's all you need. You see, he's making sure there's enough chalk on that tip. He's good. He's good. Liu Chengqie walks and approaches him and concedes. What a display from these two gentlemen. What a match we've had. Unbelievable standard from these two. It's one of the most exciting matches we've had on the TV table. Here's your winner, Wang Yun, 19-15 over Liu Chengqie. So that books his spot into the grand finals on Tuesday, so he won't be playing tomorrow, gets a day off. Now tomorrow at 10 a.m., Chen Jie against Wu Junyu. That's at 10 a.m. and following that at 6 p.m. will be the winner of that against Liu Chengqie in the losers bracket final to see who plays in the grand final against Wang Yun. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and I mean, what a great standard from these players. Great match. I'm glad you guys were here with me. It's my pleasure to bring you this broadcast. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time here in China. Cheers, guys.